Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
I am here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right. So anything to change, Matt, that you're aware of on our closed session agenda?
No changes to the meeting.
Right, we'll move to closed session and come back here approximately 6:30 for open session. Thanks, everybody. Have we started the webinar?
Yes.
Yes, you're live.
Okay, did Rob read out the closed session?
All right. At this time, I'll note that the council went into closed session at 5 o'clock with regard to the three items that are listed on the closed session agenda. Two matters of litigation, one existing litigation as noted, one a matter of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, and a third matter having to do with real property negotiations. The council received information from its attorneys and from its negotiators with regard to these matters. Council had discussion and no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, as always, Rob. So this is the March 15th, 2022 City Council open session. And would someone like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge after a moment of silence? All right, Lane, thank you very much. So I'll have a moment of silence and then our city manager will lead us in the pledge.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Lane. Okay, we're going to go right into special announcements because we don't have any special presentations. So let's turn it over to everyone on the public side. You have up to 4 minutes. And we'll start with Mike Owen. Hello, Mike, and good evening.
Good evening. Nice to have sunlight out there now. Last fall, about when COVID seemed to be in hand, before the Omicron variant raised its ugly head, there was discussion about resuming the commissions. And part of the staff report said how urgent it was for the Rec Commission to start meeting because of all the money that was in the budget for public parks, public works, etc. Okay, so to be fair, then Omicron came along, so there was a reason for a pause. But still in December, I asked, couldn't the city manager at least announce the vacant positions, because the 2 years that had passed, all the meetings that hadn't, all the commissions that hadn't been meeting, those positions were all vacant by that time. And at least announce the vacancy so they could accept applications, have them on file. And the city manager said the timing wasn't right and that it was really more appropriate to bring that up next year. So I was thinking, great, January, like I'm looking forward. So now we're halfway through the 4th month of the year. I've heard nothing about any discussion about commissions. And even if the city manager told the city clerk tomorrow to announce these positions and start accepting vacancies, it'd still be somewhere in midsummer before the applications were all received, maybe extensions, interviews by the council, approval by the council, etc. And you'd have people ready, but that's not going to happen tomorrow. The likelihood is at some point, hopefully soon, there will be a discussion before the council, and then that whole process would start. So conceivably, we're looking at fall before commissions are actually ready to do anything. The reason I think it makes a difference is that the last time the council addressed safe tree removals at the Dunes Park, it pushed somebody's button, maybe a soccer mom, and she was very passionate about basically boiling the issue down to it's either kids or trees. If you're for trees, you're against kids and soccer fields and everything else like that. And the council bought into that. It's an either one or the other. If the Public Works was allowed to meet as a commission, we would be able to study, review, take public input, and analyze the facts that, number one, the 6 Army barracks that were supposed to be preserved in the 2019 presentation of the council on the Dunes Park is no longer there. That's off the table. Number two Tatum Park that Terry Seacrest was planning to incorporate into the Dunes Park is in Carmel Valley. It's no longer on the table. Number 3, the initial plan in 2019 assumed all existing trees would be removed. As you'll see tonight, they are on the table. Number 4, the Dunes developer has excavated much more than he should have or was allowed to along the 7th Street southern boundary of the park. And that brings up a question of retaining walls. So when you look at all these factors, you can see that there's actually room to accommodate both the activities and trees. So it's a win-win position for kids and trees, not one or the other. But that's not going to happen if you just have no commission studies, discussion, public input, and you only hear 4-minute bits from people responding to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Queen Tay. Good evening, Queen Tay.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Mayor Bruce and fellow city council members and Marina County residents. Thank you guys for allowing me this opportunity to present to you this awesome information. For those of you who are not aware or may be aware of the Monterey County VITA project, you'll see us around in the county areas. We've been mostly in Salinas and seaside areas, but we are expanding so that we can meet the needs of all of Monterey County residents, including Marina. And so when I brought this topic about finding locations in Marina, then the mayor, Bruce, suggested that I come on and let you know about this. If you heard anything about Monterey County VITA project, we were just up with the county board supervisors requesting more funds so that we can hold on this project for the duration of the year, and it was approved. What the VITA project does, it's actually virus integrated distribution of aid. And what we do is we reach residents who are most impacted by the pandemic and provide outreach, education, wraparound support to prevent the spread of COVID and to promote full recovery by ensuring adequate isolation and quarantining. A lot of the resources that we provide are rent and utility assistance, wage loss replacement, funeral expense support, basic needs, foods, diapers, baby formula, mental health services, employer advocacy, vaccination, and testing appointment access. We also provide the at-home testing with the proof of results for residents who need that right away. So what I am proposing for Marina County business owners, if you could reach out to either Mayor Bruce, or myself, Lavisha. My name is Lavisha Franklin, also known as Queen Tay. Some people know me as Queen Tay. I'm also a local poet, an activist and community advocator, so to speak. So you can email me at lavishabhc@actioncouncil.org if you are interested in us hosting a table at your business location so that we can be present in the Marina community to provide these resources for Marina residents who are affected by COVID and can actually use these resources in order to stay healthy and to slow down the spread and possibly get more residents vaccinated. Again, thank you for your time, and I hope to hear from some of you all soon so that we can start posting up locations in the Marina area. Thank you again, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Queen Tay. Your group sounds like a bunch of angels giving everybody, what they need the most. It's wonderful. All right, let's go to Karen Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado, City Council, and city staff. Please bring up the images I submitted by email today, if possible.
All right, Matt, are you online with this? or Carlos, I'm not sure.
I don't believe I received the images.
Okay, Karen, if you want, we'll go to Denise Turley and we'll try to get this set up for you.
Great, thank you.
Denise, let's go with you and I'll check my email for Karen's.
Thank you. A couple of questions. First question, are the compost, the mini compost bins that fit under the kitchen sink still available, and where? And number two is, as they're continuing building at Sea Haven and doing street closures, you can no longer go along MacArthur, like where we go to vote. But there is a different street open and then closed and then open. So does the sign that reads street closure mean that the sidewalk is closed? There seems to be a lot of confusion as to if a street is closed, but there's no fence barricaded, is the sidewalk closed? And we're talking about the street that runs along the back of Preston Park. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, are you talking about the top of Carmel where it hits Salinas Avenue and goes over to MacArthur?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll answer that question. So we're done with the public comment. Does anyone else who hasn't raised their hand wish to do so? Okay. Matt, I just texted you a forward of an aerial photo that Karen sent me. I think that's what she's going to be talking about, is the Sea Haven area where Carmel Avenue meets Salinas Avenue and continues on up Carmel Avenue to
I haven't received that. I haven't received that yet, but I can pull up an aerial shot if that's helpful.
Yeah, and look to your text because I just texted you.
Matt, I just emailed it to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
So while you're queuing that up, Lane, can you answer? I think the answer is yes. The whole road is closed, including the sidewalk. Now they've reclosed that fence at the top of Carmel. Can you respond to that? Or Edri de los Santos? Go ahead, Edri.
We have an active encroachment permit for a water tie-in at the corner, at the intersection of Carmel Avenue and Salinas Avenue. It's a large open trench. They have to go pretty deep. So to protect the public and pedestrians and bicyclists, we're preventing anyone from getting around in that area. This will only be temporary until full construction is completed.
Do you have an estimate? Is that a year or 6 months or longer?
A few weeks. Yeah.
All right, so I hope that answers Denise's question, but it does include the sidewalk closure, not just the street. And that's why the whole gate was reclosed recently. Okay, can someone put up the aerial photo that Matt and Anita referred to? And then we'll bring Karen Anderson back.
I just received a photo from me.
Okay, Karen, would you like to just kind of frame what you're about to talk about while we wait for the photo to come up?
Sure. I did have a second question, and that is my first picture. My second question was the same as Denise's. How are students getting to school from Preston Abrams and Sea Haven over to Crumpton, Marina Vista, the middle school and the high school? So that didn't get answered. We only answered how long it'll be closed. But here are my images. This one is Upper Carmel Avenue, taken right at the beginning of the year. And in the front is a plant that I took cuttings from. And in the back is a landscape that is drastically changed now. So if we could go to the next photo. Yeah, there we go. So here I came back a couple days later and this was going on everywhere out there, except in the case of some of the shrubs and trees that are surrounded by some orange fencing. go to the next photo. They kept working. And next photo. Now it's being graded all the way over to the fence at Preston Abrams. And so I think my next photo is the map. And so this is the same area with Carmel heading north. And the area with the green hatching is the area that's being graded. And then there are some little orange or red dots. And if that picture could be expanded a little bit, it includes a polygon with a lot of sandgilia in it. And yeah, you're moving in the right direction. Thank you. That all appears to have been graded away. So my question, that's my other question is, who's responsible to maintain consistency or in the mitigation or preservation of endemic species when a property like this changes hands from one developer to another? Does the second developer get to ignore all the rules or restrictions or regulations that must have been put in place regarding the sandgilia? And then my last picture is who gave me the map. So, and that map is less than a year old. Thank you very much. Those are my two questions.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And let's get to Sharon's questions first, since they're fresh on our ears. What are the expected school routes for students walking to school from Preston Park, Abrams, and Sea Haven? So getting to the high school and getting to Crumpton and Marina Vista from Preston and Abrams and Sea Haven.
We'll have to look at it. Yeah,
Carmel is closed, so she means now that Carmel is closed, how do they do it?
I agree. Edry, was that issue addressed at all when those permit was issued and that was closed down?
Rerouting of pedestrian traffic?
Right, because that is a major way for the kids to walk to those schools in the morning and after school. Was that issue addressed at all?
I don't know. I'm not the one that issued the permit. I could find out for you.
We'll look into that, Mayor.
Well, I remember several years ago that was closed, and we begged the developer to open it to pedestrian and bicycle traffic. That was done, and now it's closed again. So before it closed, the option for people living in Preston, Abrams, and Sea Haven to walk, they either have to go around Amgen Parkway, down Reservation Road to Salinas Avenue, back to Carmel and to school, or they have to walk on Marina Heights Drive to California Avenue and come in from California to the high school, or to Rain Dollar and go from Rain Dollar to Carmel. So those are the routes that were available before it was closed, and now that it's closed again, that seems to me the shortest routes, unless they find little special ways of getting around fences and things. But those would be the normal routes that we would expect them to use. Is that correct, Lane?
Yeah, at this point, that's the only option, but we'll look at the permit and see if there's any other things that we can work out to make it easier for the people to walk through.
Okay, and then Karen's next question was, who's responsible to protect species in this area? And is there any change in the rules if the property has been sold from Chuck Landy to Watson Castaños, different developers?
Yeah, there's no change in the rules and requirements and restrictions. So we're going to look into that, and we'll get back to you on that. Because we're not exactly sure what the regulations, what was approved, and so we'll have to look into that.
Go ahead, Brian. Thank you, Lane.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and sorry, Lane, but ultimately it's a permit issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And city staff, we do look at those permit requirements as grading comes up and stuff, but ultimately it's the developer has to comply with the permit issued by the state agency.
So do you know if we've issued a grading permit?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
When we issue a grading permit, do we check and see if there's any outstanding issues like this?
We did check with the environmental consultant that's working with the developer on this, because, you know, when it came up, we said, hey, time out, you know, what are the areas that are covered by permits, and what is, you know, been permitted already. And we checked on that before we issued this permit.
And do you remember if you concluded there was no endangered species issues, that they were either mitigated or they didn't occur there?
It's not that there were or weren't, it's that the ones that were identified for mitigation. So that's under the permit with the developer in this California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
So when you said they were identified for mitigation, what did you mean?
They've done the surveys, they've identified that there's potential take of that species, and that the mitigations have been identified and approved by the state.
Okay. Lane, are you in agreement with that?
This is just all new information to me, so I'm still going to talk it over with staff, and we'll give the council report back on that.
All right. Denise asked basically the same question that Karen's did, right? How people are going to get around the road closure. Did anyone note other questions that may have come up?
Denise had a question about the compost under her sink, if they're still available.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have plenty of the food waste buckets available. If the public wants to stop by 209 Cypress Avenue during business hours between 8 and 5, we'd be happy to give them a bucket to use in their homes to put their food scraps in. No raw meat, no liquids, and no other non-food items in there, and they can use that to take it out to their green waste cart for pickup on a weekly basis. So they can start composting those food scraps.
We hope to give away a lot of the city's supply of kitchen food scrap buckets at Earth Day, April 23rd. Okay, so we'll move on from public comment and we'll turn to council for any comments that you may have. I'll go ahead and start. We've been meeting every Saturday. We had about 40 volunteers show up at Lock Padden Park to the Oak Woodland Community Garden outside the Marina Library last Saturday. They worked from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And a lot of those 40 people signed up through Blue Zones, Monterey County, Blue Zones Project, Monterey County, that advertised our event. And so they had a lot of piggyback registrants to that event on Saturday. So a lot of work was done there. You can walk by anytime during any day and see the work going on outside the Marina Library at the Community Garden, Oak Woodland Project. And that continues every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 1 with donuts and bagels at 10 o'clock. Also last Saturday, there was a once a month weekly community cleanup. 11 volunteers showed up for 2.5 hours and cleaned up Del Monte Boulevard all the way to the freeway, 2.2 miles north of Beach Road. So that whole area is very clean right now, and those volunteers get out there once a month and clean that up. So thank you to all the volunteers. The next date is April 9th, also a Saturday. That's the second Saturday of every month that we do the cleanup along Del Monte, north of town. And April 23rd is a special Saturday. That is our 16th annual Marina Earth Day. Last 2 years were virtual events due to COVID. This is their first year back in person. So it's not a full-on event, but it's enough that it's going to have a band, free lunches catered, so real good food and live music. And there'll be gifts for all the children under 18 years old, and lots of service activities to celebrate Earth Day. And there'll be booths with Save Our Whales. Audubon Bird Society is going to be giving bird walks. There'll be a gardening session provided by the vendor at the farmer's market that sells food plants. He'll be at the garden with food plants to plant and telling people how to plant and take care of your food garden plants. So Earth Day is going to be a lot of fun this year. And we hope that a lot of people will show up as they have in the past. And then one other thing I wanted to mention, kind of an FYI to everybody, the Citizens for Sustainable Marina is drafting a grant application to AARP. Right now, I'm not remembering what the Senior Citizen Organization acronym means, but anyway, it's Association of American Retired Persons, something like that. So they have a grant program. So C4SM, Citizens for Sustainable Marina, are applying for a $36,000 grant to make it more senior friendly by installing a couple of pathways, 2 to 3 sitting benches, and 4 hip-high raised garden beds, so that whoever tends to those beds don't have to bend over very much. So it's not just senior friendly, but it's people friendly, because whatever is good for seniors is going to be useful for everyone else as well. So we hope that the community garden becomes more accessible to all, with a special shout out to seniors, since it is an AARP grant application that's being applied for. So we'll turn it next over to Councilmember David Burnett. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank the members of the public who are attending tonight's meeting. The attendance total for this evening's meeting are 11 participants outside of council members and staff. So I want to give my thanks and appreciation to those who've joined this evening for our activities. Thank you.
Now we're going to move on. Thank you very much, David. And we have a consent agenda that's meant to be approved all at once. I mean, various items on the agenda that is part of the consent agenda. So does any member of the public have any brief comments or questions? And let's start with Mike Owen. Welcome back, Mike. Try one more time, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Just briefly about the Monterey Bay Estates item. I just wanted to acknowledge Public Works for putting in succulents, cactus in the roundabouts, so it just survives on natural water. And then also, I just wanted to let you know that there are a number of residents that volunteered to buy replacement oak trees and another planting to replace the Myroporum trees that were taken out by the contractor. So this effort really saves the city a lot of money, saves the district. And in other smaller districts where it's gotten to a point where costs are so high that they eventually end up being dissolved by the city, this is an effort that will keep that from happening for Monterey Bay Estates. So I just wanted to acknowledge Public Works allowing the residents to help in this assessment district planting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And you're referring to one of the 3 landscape maintenance assessment districts, that one being Monterey Bay Estates. And on the consent is also the Seabreeze Landscape Maintenance District and the Cypress Cove over by Cardosa Avenue. So those 3 landscape and lighting districts are on the consent agenda for the intention to go another year of charging people who live in those districts for the contracted work that goes on there. And you're saying that this volunteer crew has helped out over at Monterey Bay Estates by planting and caring for some of their landscaping. So we really appreciate that. Okay, I'll motion that we approve our consent agenda.
I second.
All right, any comments?
Yes, I'd like to just make a quick comment on the Joby agreements. I just have to say I was very pleased about the verbiage that was under the non-discrimination clauses. And in the past, we have seen agreements in which there has been almost like a half a paragraph that pertains to non-discrimination. And I just was impressed by the amount of language on that, and that the city was good about ensuring that it is visible that we take this very seriously in our agreement. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And you know, it's a consent agenda, doesn't get a lot of fanfare, but it includes a lot of important work. it's just not controversial, but one example is 1.2 to $2.6 million is being authorized for us to consult with Wallace Group, who would be doing management services for a lot of our capital projects. These are projects that are building things in town. I just wanted to ask Brian, not to let this large item go unspoken. Brian McMahon, our Public Works Director, what kind of projects will this support?
Right. Mr. Mayor, let me
And
jump
I'm
to
looking
this
at
one here. So,
AG3.
yes. So it's a number of our projects that are capital improvement program. They're still moving forward with a lot of our annual street resurfacing projects. Some of the ones that are being added, more work on the Preston Park. We initially funded planning for it, and now there's money in the capital budget to do more than just planning moving forward that park. The sports center rehabilitation, a big ticket item for the city council, has approved funding for recently. Pool rehabilitation, getting those to like a 30% design, and moving that forward in harmony with a sports center. Council Center Chambers ADA broadcast is going to become an important issue as we go to hybrid meetings. Dunes Park development, that's also trying to bring forward the Dunes Park development at the same time as the sports center and the pool. Some of our other projects, traffic signal ADA, Gloria Jean Tate Park improvements beyond the pump track, and then the Lock Pad Park maintenance, pond management, and then a number of maintenance and improvement projects on the airport buildings to keep those functioning going forward.
Right, so I'm looking at the analysis and it looks like there's 5 million, and then there's 10 million, and then there's 1.5 million, and then there's 2 million. So if you add all those up, we're getting close to $20 million of project work that we're spending $1 million to $2 million to have a consultant help manage those project planning processes, right, Brian?
Yeah, that's correct. And this is for the project management portion of those projects. We generally expect a good, 5% of that just to kind of manage the process through. And that's to keep our projects moving forward.
Okay. So it costs about $2 million to implement about $20 million worth of capital improvements, project works around town. So anyway, it's a big deal. It's the kind of thing that's often buried in our consent agenda because we've already approved the allocation of funding, and this is just getting the job done. But we sure appreciate all the staff that put these staff reports together, because without them, we wouldn't be able to make the progress that they're going to see us make. Okay, so go ahead, Kathy, do you have another question?
Yeah, just to follow up on the Wallace, I was really pleased to see that on Exhibit A2, all of the issues that Brian just mentioned, I'm going down and thinking that on our budget prioritization list, all of them have been covered. I think that the signs issue was under gateway projects. And the only other thing that all of the next page of projects were related to airport, and I think they could be conceptualized under our prioritization budget list as maybe airport infrastructure projects. And I think that everything else has been reviewed and known to the public in our long list of projects for current and future.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Any more comments before we go to a vote? All right, Mike Owen, let's bring you back just in case you had more comment. Go ahead, Mike. It might be left over from before. Your hand is still up, that's why I'm asking. Okay, Mike took away his hand. Okay, so let's have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. And in case the public doesn't know, council members Lisa Berkeley and Christina Medina Dirksen are not going to be with us tonight. So there's 3 of us on council, which is a quorum. All right, so that motion passes 5-0. We move on to our first of 2 action items. And that is regarding the removal of barracks at the city park, just south of the Water City Roller Hockey. And then Cypress Knolls up near the backside of the high school.
Mayor, members of council, Brian McMinn, Public Works Director, for everybody out there. We do have LV Camacho with the Wallace Group here tonight. She's our award-winning project manager that oversaw the stockade demolition. She's the project manager that's going to be overseeing this project. So she's got experience with demolition. Are the barracks in Cypress Knolls, is it the same project? No, it's not the same project. We're engaging a lot of the similar types of contracts and consultants to make this happen. One of the biggest differences with this project is that we do have trees next to these buildings. And it's not the first time that this community has encountered trees next to buildings that need to be removed on the former Fort Ord. We're following similar protocols that have been used for a similar barracks demolition. And so you'll see that she's going to present a number of trees that are going to have to be removed, unfortunately, in some cases that are in close proximity to those buildings, but this project is not a tree removal project per se. The city engaged an arborist consultant on this project to survey all the trees around the buildings and identify those trees that, because of soil removal next to the building to remove lead that has been deposited there over the years, their root structure is not going to survive, or the tree is already in decline. And it's not going to survive that operation. There are also some trees that are identified for trimming to get them to a state where they will survive close to those buildings, and those will be preserved throughout the project. But any of the other trees in the vicinity of that, they're preserved for future decisions for city council and the community. And I guess I probably talked a little bit too much. Elby has her presentation queued up and ready to go. And with that.
Okay, did you want to put the slideshow on? Right now we're seeing some of the background as well. There we go.
There you go.
Welcome.
Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to thank the City Council and the city staff for approving the amendment for the Wallace Group Program Management Services. So we really appreciate that, and we'll continue to give a great service for the city. Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, city staff, and public, good evening. I'll be presenting a brief overview of the City Park Barracks in Cypress Knolls Building Blight Removal 2022 project, also known as Blight Removal 2022. The goal of the project is for the abatement and removal of blighted barracks building at the City Park located at the corner of 2nd Avenue and 8th Street, and the abatement and removal of blighted duplex building along 3rd and Rendova Avenue. This work will prepare the 2 sites for future developments of parks and or housing. Just a short introduction on the background. Last year, the city staff presented to the City Council on the blight removal funding and blight removal projects. On November 16, 2021, the City Council adopted Resolution 2021-119, adopting the city budget for fiscal year 2021-22 and fiscal year 2022-23. Included in the city budget is the funding for the removal of blighted barracks at the city park in the amount of 4.1 million, and duplex buildings at the Cypress Knolls area in the amount of 1.6 million for a total project funding of 5.7 million. The site one is the city park. The project includes hazardous material abatement, removal and disposal of 45 barracks buildings, miscellaneous debris, including debris from burnt buildings and soil remediation, removal of 32 trees, and miscellaneous trimming to facilitate the removal of the building. Installation and maintenance of environmental protection measures, such as tree protection and best management practices for stormwater pollution prevention. Also included is utilities capping and repair and site restoration. Included as an additive bids are the removal of retaining walls, walkways, roadways, and rough grading and site restoration. Site 2 is the Cypress Knolls area. Work is similar to Site 1 and included abatement and removal of and disposal of 30 duplex buildings and removal of 5 trees, installation of protective fencing around the Monterey Gilia or San Gilia habitat, utilities capping and repair, and site restoration. On March 10, 2022, Planning Commission held a public hearing for the tree removal permit for each site. The public hearing was well attended and public comments were heard. Tree removal includes 32 trees at the city park and 5 at the Cypress Knoll area. The Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2022-04, authorizing the Community Development Director to approve the tree removal permits with the condition of approval itemized at the resolution. Condition of approval includes tree replacement of 2-to-1 comparable size and species. Tree replacement is deferred until the development of the sites. Tree trimming, pruning in accordance with City Code Chapter 17, and pre-protection for the trees to remain. The arborist report and photo catalogs of trees to be removed and to remain is located on the city web page for the project. And you could go visit. We uploaded those pictures today, so feel free to check it. This is the tree removal plan showing where the areas for the trees to be removed. It's also the orange fencing at the Cypress Knoll plan is showing the protective fencing around the San Gilia habitat. As mentioned, we will be protecting the San Gilia habitat by installing snow fencing, and it will be supervised by the arborists for the project. We will be also including provisions to implement measures to protect the nesting birds and special species bats. Denise Duffy and Associates is retained for biological survey that will be conducted 30 days before the start of work to identify any nesting birds or special bats on the area. And also they will be there for the tree removal and a tree trimming inspection. On the screen is your projected schedule, assuming that City Council will approve the call for bids. We anticipate to receive bids on April 26, 2022. Award of contract May 3rd, 2022 council meeting. And estimated start of work is early summer of 2022 with 150 working days that will put us to about end of February 2023. And again, as I mentioned, there is a web page specific for this project that you could visit as shown on the screen. We will populate it as we progress with the work. With that said, there's a question and answer, and we'll be happy to answer if you have any question.
All right, thank you, Elvie.
You.
I see on the staff report, it says that 74 replacement trees of comparable size and species shall be incorporated. But if you take out big trees, are you going to put in big trees or are you going to put in little trees?
So, Mr. Mayor, you know, as with what's been found is with the reestablishment or planting of trees, there's a certain size that's best and most likely to be established and survive. So what we'll be looking at reestablishing at that size, it's usually the smaller sizes, not the full size transplanted type trees.
All right, so when you say at the Dunes Park, there'll be 64 replacement trees of comparable size, what do you mean?
I think we'll be looking to planting trees that are likely to take root and survive in that situation. We'll be working closely with the landscape architect as those plans come forward, and those plans will be part of items that will come to council and the community for review and input as those plans are being developed. So I think it was important that the Planning Commission, in relation to trees, identified that, hey, these need to be replaced, and we want these trees to be thriving in our community.
Okay, so maybe after they reach maturity, they'll be of a comparable size as the trees that we removed. And then when you say comparable species, I understand you might be taking out of a lot of acacia, maybe some eucalyptus, but that doesn't mean that you're going to replace them with trees of similar species, does it?
Go ahead, Brian.
Elvie
The Planning Commission, it was part of the approval is for a comparable species, it's with the exception of the acacias.
Okay, and how about eucalyptus and Australian tea tree, invasive plants or non-native trees? Are they going to be replaced with in-kind or are they going to be replaced with native trees?
Mr. Mayor, I think as this comes forward in the plans and designs for the park, we'll present it as, what was recommended by the Planning Commission and what is recommended by the landscape architect, and make sure that, it's in harmony, or if there are any changes in that direction that is identified.
So if we were to make a motion tonight that Site 1 replacement trees of 64 would be made of comparable size and native species instead of comparable species, to make sure that we had the emphasis, would that be within our sideboards?
Mayor, I think we could do that, but I think what we'd like to do is when we come back with our park plan design and concept, I think we want to come back really with the species and things at that point.
All right. I agree with you, but I think that my motion tonight is going to just have the word native in there. So it'll read Site 1 Dunes 64 replacement trees of comparable size and native species if possible. So we get that going onto the right track, instead of saying similar species, knowing that there might be some species we don't want to replace with similar species. Okay, my other question was, is the Tatum's Treehouse still part of this park expectation, or have they moved to Carmel Valley and we're off the table?
No, we are still in discussions with them. So nothing has changed with that.
So your expectation is that Tatum's Treehouse will be built at this park?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question is the arborist. I've emailed my concerns to staff. Except for hiring some other positions, Are we on track to hire, is that our expectations to hire an arborist to be on city staff?
Yes, that is still on our work list of things to do. So that is still on
Right.
the list.
I just wanted to bring it up in public, but I appreciate the response that you took the time to give me via email. Okay, I'll go now to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of quick questions. Once the once the barracks are demolished and the trees are removed, how would you characterize the land that is going to be left behind? Is it going to be seeded with some kind of low growth, non-invasive, or is it just going to naturally evolve with whatever weeds are blowing around?
Well, according to our Dunes Park concept plan, the initial concept plan that was approved, those are going to be ball fields and soccer fields and ball fields, and so we aren't going to be replacing anything right now. This is just the first step of getting the blighted buildings removed and out of there. And concurrently, we are having discussions with Tatum, and the next step is we need to start moving forward the final ideas and concept and plans for this park. So we aren't going to be replacing anything just because the park plan is moving forward.
I agree with that. What I'm thinking about, or what I'm concerned with, is the site one is 15 acres, which is a considerable size. And so if it's left to just the natural environment, it's going to produce a certain amount of grasses and weeds that are going to spore and become airborne and things like that. I'm not too concerned with that, but it's the 154, almost 155 acres of site two. I'm just concerned about, I don't envision us starting construction on a new project before 2025, 2026. Hopefully, that would be super if we could get it that soon. I'm just wondering, this is going to be a source of growth for these species of, for lack of a more polite word, weeds and other things that are just going to be blowing around this area. And I'm just wondering if there's any kind of remediation to keep this down in such a way so that it doesn't turn into some rapidly growing manifestation.
So I guess if I could respond to that, it's each of these sites will be stabilized, and all the stormwater requirements will be implemented so that there isn't any erosion on them. There probably will be some remaining seeds from the planting that was there, and maybe some things that people will see as weeds will come in on the Cypress Knolls site. But that's kind of falls into the category, kind of like our percolation lots in the city that get an annual cleaning and keep the weeds down. We trim that down, and what the project along 3rd and Rendova will do, we'll set those fences back and allow for that trimming along the roadway to keep that abated.
Okay. And then finally, I guess, on page 39 of Appendix C, there is the outline for the tree pruning. My expectation is that the pruning would begin once the barracks are removed, or, well, I guess will they do some trimming in order to do the removal?
So
If I may answer that one, the tree trimming will happen probably at the beginning of the work. This is a miscellaneous trimming to allow for them to remove the building without further damage to the trees.
So there's no anticipated pruning once the barracks are removed and the site is being, stabilized. I guess there's no additional trimming anticipated.
Yes.
Okay, so one final, I guess, then is, have any of the trees been identified as requiring, stabilization, meaning that they're in such a state that there needs to be some care to ensure their long-term survivability, and what plans are there to ensure that they do survive?
We had the arborist from Denise Duffy identify those trees, and there are some limbs from those big trees that are damaged, and we included for those to be taken out and trimmed to clean it up, and hopefully the survival of those big trees will be better chance.
But there's no need or identified need to continue to monitor and help continue to stabilize these trees. Once deconstruction is completed, the site is essentially going to be left as it is once the buildings are removed. There's no plan to follow up maintenance or anything like that, right?
I think at this point, no, there aren't any plans for that. What's happening kind of, not in parallel per se, but what's falling right on behind this project is, the same arborists, they've identified all the trees on that entire site, not only the ones potentially impacted by the barracks removal, but the ones that need to be considered during the park's development. So that'll be something coming forward in the future here for consideration by the community as to, hey, if we develop this park as envisioned in the park's concept plans, what is the potential impact of the trees? And those will be part of that conversation and identified going forward.
Okay, and so I think either Lane or Brian, you mentioned that once the barracks are removed and demolished, the fencing would return, property would be refenced. So there's no opportunity for folks to visit the site once the barracks are gone, right?
Yes, we anticipate that it will continue to be fenced, because it's still an area that's for future development. We don't want it to become an area where people are doing illegal dumping or any other type of nuisance activities.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Burnett. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say that as the liaison from the council to the planning commission, I sat through the discussion at that level, and I have to give kudos to the many people from the public who participated, as well as to the planning commission in a thorough review, and also for our new community development director, Guido, for being very astute about entering the additions to the motion as they were being discussed, so he didn't miss a beat. But one of the things that came out of that discussion was that we would have the replacement trees be planted at not within the next short-term period, but until after the whole design was realized. And so we wouldn't be planting only to have to remove it when we get a full plan in place. But I wanted to do some follow-up questions about that, because if we delay it, I'm also very worry about us forgetting about these trees. And so we lose track. We've just now designated a certain amount of replacement trees. And then there's going to be some, maybe some other areas that are not developed as a whole. So we're doing it sort of patchwork kind of thing. And then we keep delaying this. And I just want to know who is going to be tracking the replacement trees from each of these parcels as we go forward. Whose primary responsibility is it? Is it going to be the city or the planning commission or the developer, or an arborist if we get that arborist hired? So I just want to make sure that when we delay planting replacement trees, that we don't lose track of this, because it's going to be probably spread out throughout the property once we get the whole design, for example, at Cypress Knolls. And my second question is that.
Excuse me, Kathy. Kathy, can we get that answered and then go to your next question?
Sure.
Yeah, and we haven't treated the same as any landowner, so it's the landowner responsibility. And since we are the landowner for those, it will be the city's responsibility to track that. And we will track that internally.
And in our resolution lane, it says pictures of all trees to be retained and removed will be kept by the project arborist and made available on the city website. So, I mean, that's a foundation for us to use to track what Kathy's saying. What Kathy's saying goes a little further than that, but at least that's a starting point, right?
Yeah.
And if I could add also, Mr. Mayor, that there is a resolution that's on record from the Planning Commission. Anything that comes forward as far as the Cypress Knolls specific plan would reference that. So that carries forward anything in our parks planning process that carried, for the Dunes Park. That resolution and resolutions of council also carry forward in any future decisions for that park.
Right. And I could foresee that if we had an arborist, that would fall under that person's purview, and that we would have an accurate tracking of those and where the placement and when we want those replacement trees in. My next question, and this is kind of along what the mayor was saying about putting in the idea of natives. I think we have long toyed with the idea of what percentage natives do we want to require in pretty much in specific plans. But this makes me think of the many times that I've been really concerned that the city does not have a landscape palette that we all have agreed to. And I was part of the 4 RUDGs and got the mayor involved and some other folks to look at giving input into that landscape palette, which got approved. Because it was pretty horrendous. They had a lot of things in there that we would never today want to be in our landscape palette. Then the downtown vitalization specific plan in the Appendix B. There's another one developed by the Marina Tree and Garden Club. And then, of course, different specific plans have their own landscape palettes. So this has always been a frustration for me, that I wish that, and maybe it's appropriate in our general plan update. I don't know where we would do that, but certainly if we had a tree committee, they would probably have great input in that. But I would just like us to get some kind of consolidated way to look at landscape. I feel like I'm not proficient in all of the technicalities of the plants, but I feel like I go through this discussion over and over again because we don't have a standard, and it's whoever is offering a specific plan, we have to go through the same questions and learn the same kinds of things. So that is something that has been on my mind. And again, this just proves again, I wish we had some kind of standard so we would develop, we wouldn't have to keep asking for the same kinds of questions. And I don't know where that falls into our city process is to develop that.
It's a good point. Of our 100 and whatever the list is, 140, add another item the council wants to add on there. You put together a tree, a standardized tree list.
Yeah, landscape palette, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another one. I'm not insisting that it happens tomorrow, but at least it's on there. But that would be the way we would go about doing that first.
Yeah.
Our list of 120 projects does include a citywide tree study, so it's not de novo completely what we're talking about here.
Okay.
All right. So I'll make a motion that we accept the resolution before us and the recommendation to adopt advertising and call for bids for the execution of these barracks removal at Cypress Knolls and City Park for the blight removal 2022 project. And the only thing I want to change in the resolution, which is pages 4 and 5 in our agenda packet here for this item, is that on the second page where there are several whereases, the first whereas has enumerated 4 parts, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I'd like to slightly change the language on number 3, as I mentioned earlier. So it will read 64 replacement trees that eventually will grow to comparable size as those removed, and native species shall be incorporated into the native species shall be incorporated where possible into the city park landscaping plan when it is prepared based on the conceptual design plans approved by the city council. So most of that's the original language, but I'm just inserting that they will eventually grow to comparable size and native species shall be incorporated where possible. So I'll send this to the city clerk, but I'll just read it one more time. Site 1, the dunes, 64 replacement trees that eventually will grow to comparable size as those removed, and native species shall be incorporated where possible into the city park landscaping plan when it's prepared based on the conceptual design plans approved by the city council. So that's my motion.
I second.
Okay, let's go to Karen Anderson, Mike Owen, and Les Martin, starting with Karen. Public comment, y'all have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you. In the past, we had a set of trees which had been identified as which would be removed and which would be preserved. And it became a sort of high school yearbook sort of thing where how many of these ended up being destroyed and didn't last, didn't make it to their 10-year reunion, you might say. And I just hope that we don't go down that route again with whoever is selected, whoever wins the bid. Perhaps we should avoid whoever did those actions in the past in selecting future bids. I know that at this point, the design of the park is I hope it's not considered to be cast in stone. I hope that designers can still take the components and rearrange them in the way a good engineer and designer is able to do, who grew up playing with Legos and blocks and train sets, all are capable of doing and love doing. And they can rearrange the components of the park, whether they be ball fields or bocce courts or where to have picnic tables and restrooms and parking, to take into account the existing trees, or the trees that will be preserved, and that they will, continue to be there in the future with the enjoyment of everybody using the park amongst their shade. So those are my points. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And that has a lot to do with the park development. And tonight, we just want to be careful not to lose trees unnecessarily, but this is about removing the buildings and taking care of whatever trees we can retain on site. But a lot of your comments, please hang on to those for the park development meetings we'll be holding in the public in the future. All right, let's go to Mike Owen, I believe. Yes, Mike, welcome back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, great. I guess my question is, obviously this is a tree committee issue, the body that's designed to answer these questions and resolve the frustrations expressed by Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala and a lot of the members of the Planning Commission when they reviewed this. They're all saying, they want the tree committee back. So I guess my question, basic one, is what is the possibility of the tree committee coming back to look over these issues the next time it comes before the council? Next point. When I hear information about the Tatum Park and I ask the city, I always get the response that, well, they really can't say anything because it's under negotiations. So what I get is from the newspapers. And the last newspaper report I heard, it went to Carmel Valley. So is there anything that the city manager could disclose about the current state of the Tatum Park? Did it not go to Carmel Valley, or just some sort of clarification for the public? Next point. When the city manager talks about the design of the park coming back to the council, is he assuming that this is first going to go through the Public Works Commission and receive public input? Or is he thinking that somehow he's just going to bring it back without any commission review whatsoever. Last point. Well, actually, it's not the last one. I really am against Bruce's motion because when he talks about trees going to comparable height, most of the trees that are removed are Monterey pines. And what you really need is some understory, smaller like rosewood, some flowery other native type bushes, but not all upper story, because the site is already facing a lot of questions about like where are you going to handle the soccer fields and all the open space activities, like if you have just trying to keep some of the existing trees, so let alone like planting twice the many of like taller trees. I think that's misguided in the long term. Let's see. Lastly, Evie Camacho was the project manager for award-winning demolishment of the stockade. And when I looked at her plans in the arborist, I think if she's able to pull this off, as indicated, the city should get another award for a project of the environment, because a lot of these trees, initially, when our small group looked at this last year, we were thinking there's no way that you're going to be able to demolish these buildings and still keep these trees. So we are just overjoyed. I mean, a lot of us, we're just sort of hard to believe that you can actually save these good, healthy trees and have them pruned so they're even more of an asset. Thank you.
Great comments, Mike, and we'll get to your questions as soon as we're done with public comment. Let's go to Les Martin. Good evening, Les.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the time. First of all, I appreciate all the effort all of you put into running the city. This is a tremendous amount of work, and I know you're not paid very much money for it. So thank you for all your efforts. I'm really glad to see this project moving forward. I've been wondering what's going to happen, and now from tonight's information, I see this early summer 2022 projection of start work with 150-day completion. That's fantastic news. I know that's not going to take away everything that's out there, but this is great progress. I was kind of excited when they took away those couple of buildings down there near the Arts Building, and to see stuff go away, and then suddenly you see, hey, you can see the bay from here now. It's nice. So I really like that. I'm not a big supporter of all this effort on the trees. The trees, always talk about the trees. I guess on the East Coast, you got trees in the way, you cut them down. However, I understand how it's hard to grow trees around here, and some of these trees are quite mature. So I'm impressed by the plan, the way they took the effort to document where the trees are at, to identify which ones are going to be removed. It talked about taking out the invasive species trees. I'm very impressed by all of that. I'm very impressed by the plan to take out this first group down here for the Dunes Park, plus the ones by the Cypress Knoll. I really think it's important to clear out those buildings that are in the sight of the kids having to go to school. You could even see a few of those from the high school itself. And I don't want kids to have a memory of Marina as being all these horrible looking buildings that I had to go to high school and walk past every day. So that's really, really nice that you're taking care of that. I realize you don't have enough money to take care of everything at this point. So that makes sense, at least take care of that place where the kids walk through. I see birds all the time, hawks, and clearly whatever you're doing to protect the nesting birds is working, because I walk through the park all the time across down the street there, and it's just birds and all kind of animal life. It's really a healthy environment, I think. Well, it's being well done. I think Mr. Burnett had a great point about taking care of the property after it's cleared, so it doesn't grow a bunch of weeds in there. And who knows, maybe the sand gilly will start growing. We won't be able to do anything there. Who knows? So we definitely need to take care of that. I appreciate the comment the mayor made about the kind of trees and this planning. Big trees can't be replaced with big trees. They'll die. They have to be grown small and let them grow their own root system, I think. So yeah, you want to protect what you can before you cut them down. I think this plan really went into a lot of detail on that. I was very, very impressed by it. And so I'm happy to see that. I still think we got to understand all this money is being paid for with taxpayer dollars. Even though we're issuing bonds, those bonds have to be paid back someday. And I'm offended that the federal government is still leaving this cost on us, the city, to take care of the cost of removing these horrible federal buildings. They've been put up with the taxpayers' money for the United States to defend the United States. And now we're being stuck with the cost to take them down. I don't want the Army to come back. I mentioned this once before, and somebody said, well, the Army, you want the Army back? I don't want the Army back. I want Mr. Panetta to reach down into the congressional pot and give us a sack of money to pay for these buildings to be removed immediately, not wait 10 more years to get it all done. I think you're doing a splendid job with what you have and the resource you have available. You're doing a fantastic job. Like the city's doing a fantastic job. But I do think Mr. Panetta, whose father has an institute right across the street from some of this stuff, can reach into the federal dollars and give us some more money to get this stuff going now. The Congress is not restricted by something a previous Congress did 30 years ago. Please reach out to him and see if he can get us some more money to make this stuff go away immediately. But anyway, well done to all of you. I appreciate this is moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Les, for all your comments. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher.
What's that?
Elizabeth, I said thank you, Les, and then we're going to go to Elizabeth next.
Yeah.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I'm sorry I missed the start of the meeting and I don't know what the motion was that has been made, but I listened to the comments.
Just to appoint you to city council, Elizabeth.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bruce. Okay, I'm going to pour myself some wine now. Okay, I'd like to thank the city staff and especially the planning commissioners for having voted unanimously last Thursday to save as many trees as possible at the future June City Park. And I know that will be on an agenda later to redesign, hopefully, that park. And I would like to thank staff and city council for working on making sure that the trees that are on the retain list will be protected during demolition. I know we all learned from the past, so I'm sure that mistakes will not be happening anymore regarding trees. But I also think that it will be beneficial for the city and its residents to get the tree committee back. And I would like to know what the plans are for that. I'm not an expert, but I know that the success rate for moving large trees is not very high. It might be better to start with smaller trees and just patiently wait until they grow. And I just simply would like to thank all of you, staff and city council members, for what you're doing for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Mike had some questions. What's the status beyond what you said earlier, staff, Lane or anyone else? What's the status of Tatum's treehouse?
Nothing different. We are still engaged. Nothing has changed from our previous discussions with them. We're still engaged.
Do we have any idea what year or how much money, who's going to pay for it?
Well, yeah, the whole discussion is, as they've done in their previous ones, they're paying for the parks. Their projects as they build parks are they're big community projects where the citizens come in and build that. So their plan is not changing at all. It's as we can get these blighted buildings taken down as we move forward with our concept plans for the park. We have some deadlines for this park on our own. In the development agreement with the dunes, we're supposed to have this park completed by the end of 2023. So we have some timelines on our end that are really kind of pushing us right now to at least start getting these improvements in the park. So you'll see us coming back and moving forward with these concept plans pretty quick. And I think this is some of the other questions. Initially, park plans and designs we usually take to the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission. We had various public meetings. The commission met a couple times talking about these park designs, and we understand that the council may want to start this process all over again. If so, yes, that's fine. But we have some contractual deadlines that we have to move forward on this park, and so this is going to be coming back to the council in the near future.
And,
okay, Lane, the park has to be redesigned because we're no longer retaining the westerly row of barracks, right? So that potentially shifts the entire park design. So it needs to be relooked at anyway. Isn't that true?
Yeah, it's whatever council wants. I mean, the original design, it's for soccer and baseball fields, and those are not compatible with, I mean, 90% of that park is those fields, and that's not compatible with trees at all. And so if the discussion is we no longer want to put ball fields there, then that's a complete redesign of that park. But we also have issues associated with the grading. The whole park is surrounded by residential homes, and our grading has to match those homes. So there, it's not as easy to say we're going to preserve all. If we're going to preserve any of those trees, you're radically changing the plan that the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, and that we'd had all this public engagement of the need for these fields and facilities, but that's what we will come back to the council with that.
Okay, so tonight we're just doing step one, remove the trees that need to be removed and protect the ones for now that don't need to be removed. And then later on, we'll decide what we're going to do with that property. Okay, and then I think it was Mike, but it could have been Elizabeth. What are the plans for the tree committee?
Yeah, we're going to try to get all of our boards up and going as soon as we can. One of these interim steps has been getting our departments back staffed up. And so we're just about there with our community development department. We are still need to get our recreation and cultural services director. But that is our goal, is trying to get these back up and going really as soon as possible.
All right. And I wanted to respond to something Mike Owen said, that he thinks that our tree replacement motion is misguided in the long run, and that we should be paying more attention to the understory closer to the ground plants than putting all of our discussion onto the trees. But I'm just following up with what our policies say about replacing trees, in this case at a 2-to-1, and it went through the planning commission. So the only thing I did is I just clarified that we're not replacing tall trees that we cut down with trees of comparable size, that we're replacing them with trees that one day could mature to be of comparable size. So I wasn't trying to change anything, just clarify that point, and then emphasize that if we have a choice, it's possible to put natives, that we put natives. So I do support having a good, healthy understory where we have landscaping to be native bushes and shrubs as well, but that's not in our motion tonight. It's just regarding the tree replacement. Okay, let's go to council for comments, questions, anything. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala first, and then Councilmember Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In listening to the public comment, I just wanted to ask a question about replacement trees. Can you use alternate sites? So could we, if we had too many replacement trees, let's say on the park side, because of we're doing soccer fields or whatever, can we use those replacement trees at Cypress Knolls? Can we do that?
I think that would be exactly that discussion as those park designs came back, and if you looked at that 2-to-1 placement, and if it wouldn't work with that, then I think that would be a decision of the council at that point to say, you know what, we want to change it and now move it to a different location. But at this point, we're saying it's going to be at that site, but council can change that at any point in the future.
Okay, great. And that reinforces even more so there has to be someone that is making a accounting of all these trees, especially if we're just dispersing them across other sites. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are 9 attendees in the public as of right now at our meeting. I wanted, I heard a comment in the public comments, and I wanted the city manager to respond that this blight removal is completely paid for out of our budget and funds that were collected through FORA and other means, and that there isn't any outstanding balance that the federal government needs to chip in to make sure this happens, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. We've reached out to Congressman Panetta's office many times on trying to see if we can get other federal funds. One of the the good things that happened last year was these are off the Superfund list, and so we are eligible potentially for some grant monies, and so we are continuing to explore that. On the issue of these are being paid by what we call the 4 blight removal bonds.
Right.
These bonds happened because of the dissolution of 4. These would not have happened had not Marina gone down that path to get 4 dissolved. But essentially, it's taken the money that would have been distributed to the other taxing entities. The county gets a huge part of our tax dollars. Yet, so out of those property tax dollars, about 12% comes to the city of Marina, and everything else goes to everyone else. And so what these 4 bonds did, it said these tax dollars, instead of those going out to everyone else, they're now being focused, specifically for these blight removal uses. And we thought that was a really major accomplishment to happen. So it's nothing additional coming out of the taxpayers' dollar out of their pocket, but it's a redistribution. Instead of it going to the other taxing entities, it's all going to blight removal.
Yes, and I want to congratulate former councilperson Gail Morton for her strenuous, tenacious efforts to making sure that we had those funds secured. Really, City of Marina owes her a great debt. I also wanted to, Mr. Mayor, I know it wasn't your intention, and perhaps if we go over the language of your motion again, it'll be super clear. Your intent was not to restrict the future design or public meetings and decision makings as it regards to the park project. Your intent was to ensure that where possible, natives would be included in the design, but there was no mandate, there was no demand that it had to be native plants. You're muted.
We started out with language comparable size and species, and that didn't make sense to me. And so I proposed changing it to comparable size at maturity, basically. Not that we're going to plant them big, but they'll have the chance to grow big to replace the trees that they're replacing, and that where possible, we use native species. So we're not going to cut down an acacia weed tree and plant it with another weed tree. That didn't make sense to me. So if you look in the ones that were cut down, they included things like eucalyptus and acacia and some other non-native trees. We're definitely not going to replace those with similar species, but that's what the language said when we started tonight.
Right.
And so I just wanted to clean that up a little bit to say that where possible, that we'll be using native species to replace those removed trees.
Right, that's what I heard, and I just wanted to make sure that was, along those same lines, as the project, the planning for the future park comes around, I really want to encourage the public to attend the, either it's going to be a Parks Commission or Planning Commission public hearing on that, and we would really like, participation on that so that we get the best park for the city. And that was my comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Just a real quick one. Your second iteration of your amendment, I like actually better. So if you just say replacement trees of comparable size at maturity, I think you had a lot more words to describe that concept. Maybe that would be best, more succinct.
Okay, so I'll modify my motion to read 64 replacement trees of comparable size at maturity.
Mm-hmm.
And native species shall be incorporated where possible into the city park landscaping plan when it's prepared based on the conceptual design plans approved by the city council.
Yes, and I second again.
Okay. All right. Can we go to a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado,
Yes. All right, thanks to everyone. That motion passes unanimously, and especially to staff, Guido, our new Community Development Director, and the Planning Commission. That whole process seems to be working, and so it made it easy for us tonight. Thank you, Guido, and everybody involved with that. So we're going to move on to our second and last action item of tonight's agenda regarding vehicle miles traveled as a new threshold of significance within the California Environmental Quality Act process.
So good evening, Council. I'm going to just do this is Guido, the Community Development Director. I'm just going to do a very quick overview and then pass it off to our consultant. This is coming before me because it's timely for a few key reasons. Number one, as of July 1st, 2020, the city had to adopt VMT as a policy. The CEQA guidelines actually mandate if you adopt a threshold of significance, you have to do it in a public hearing, public forum. So that's part of the reason. The other reason is I am helping to reboot the downtown specific plan and the downtown EIR. And so we do need to have this policy adopted so we can incorporate that into the EIR. This is the third city I've helped get VMT through. We had a very vigorous discussion with the Planning Commission. There were some questions that came up from Landwatch, but I'm going to pass it off to the consultant to address those in terms of how we incorporated the first batch. And then there were some concerns on the second batch of Landwatch comments, but I'm going to let the consultant address those. So I'm going to now pass it off to Michael and Frederick. So.
Great, thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor. Yeah, can you see my presentation? Hold on, let me share my screen. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
See it okay?
Yes,
okay,
we
great.
can. Yes.
Great, so these are the major topics I'll cover today in our presentation. First, I'm going to give a little background to SB 743. Then I'm going to give an overview of how it works and talk you through the basic analysis procedures. And then finally, we'll kind of close out by talking a walk through the guidelines. And the purpose of that is to give you a sense of what an applicant will experience when they come forward and have the need to go through the VMT policy. And then I'm going to close out and just talk briefly about the VMT calculator. It's a spreadsheet-based tool that can facilitate and make the analysis more easier for folks. So first, just for a little bit of background, I want to just touch on SB 150. So this is the state legislature passed this bill and required the MPOs to essentially develop a report card to see how we were doing in terms of performance against VMT and greenhouse gases. And what this graphic you'll see can show the orange line and the blue line. They show this very close relationship with VMT and greenhouse gases, or CO2, which is a major proxy for most of the greenhouse gases. And you can see that they're very correlated. So when VMT goes up, greenhouse gases go up. And initially, I think everyone was very enthusiastic when we first started, passing the different bills, AB 52, SB 375, and some of the other things to deal with greenhouse gases, because we thought our performance was going pretty well. But you can see what happened is as the recession we started to recover economically, VMT started going up, greenhouse gases started going up. And so overall, we're not doing as well as we had hoped against performance. You can see the two green dots out in the space out there is where we wanted to end up. So as you're probably aware, VMT is seeking to really replace level of service as the basic CEQA metric. Just for a little background, the Highway Capacity Manual has been around since 1950. There's been 6 editions of it. I actually started my career personally working on it in the early 90s. And it's significantly guided transportation decision-making across both in California and across the United States. So it's something we know very well. But after 70 years of experience with it, we've realized that it's not a panacea for transportation. And in fact, it's had some negative outcomes that were rather undesirable, including promoting urban sprawl. It impacts active transportation. Sometimes, with level of service, we end up in a situation where we need to make an intersection larger. And that's harmful to pedestrians and bicyclists. It's more difficult to cross it and navigate it safely. And then there's a phenomenon called induced demand, which basically we've learned that as we widen freeways, not only do we accommodate new users, but existing users, so the existing people who drive on it start making more trips. So we've had a challenge whereas we've widened the freeway, it hasn't been as accommodating as we hoped because a lot of existing users add more trips. But the plus side is we know how level of service affects outcomes. We're still learning with BMT. So SB 743 is CEQA specific, and that's important to note because it does not mean you can't have level of service elsewhere in different policies. You just can't use it in your CEQA document. And I should point out that a lot of agencies do actually continue to use level of service. It's the basis for a transportation significant impact in CEQA document. And SB 743 seeks to promote sustainability and greenhouse gas reduction by promoting denser infill development, reducing single occupancy vehicles, and improving and promoting mass transit. So it's not just VMT. It does have these other ancillary goals that come with it. As Guido said, lead agencies had until July 1st, 2020 to implement this. So it's state law. It's being used everywhere for CEQA. The most recent guidance that we all rely on from the Office of Planning and Research was from December 2018. And it recommends that land uses be split out. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment, but obviously BMT is the principal metric. So quickly, what is BMT? This is a very simple graphic to just give you a sense of what it is. It's simply the idea that, it's the number of vehicles traveling some distance. So in this simple slide, you can see there's 4 vehicles. They travel 3 miles. It's simply 4 times 3. So we end up with 12 BMT. So there's thresholds of significance. And OPR, so the governor's office, again, was tasked with recommending guidelines for everyone to potentially adopt. And so what they did is they set the residential at 15% less than the average BMT per capita. And I'll explain in a minute how that's calculated. But I just want you to kind of take note of the fact that this is a challenging goal, because if you think about it, it's not just being average. You have to be less than average to not have a significant impact. The same is true for office. So we take a look at employees and think in those same terms. So less than average, 15% less than average. Retail is a net increase in total BMT, as is transportation. I'll explain why those are different in a moment. But I do want to note that neither the statute or the CEQA guidelines include thresholds. But if we don't follow OPR, we really need to provide substantial evidence for why we do that. There's been some cities and counties in the state that have followed different approaches to that. A few have had some challenges brought forward, but in general, when I recently actually had to review this for another client, most folks are using the 15%. So quickly, this is basically, this slide kind of shows you, well, how do we calculate BMT? So this is a residential example. So if you kind of imagine, and I'm just using a single home, obviously we'd be dealing with the aggregate of dozens or hundreds of homes, depending on the size of the project. But the idea is over the course of the day, we make trips, trips to schools, trips to shopping, trips to work and back. And so we simply multiply up the distance of those trips, all the trips we make over the day, and we divide through by the number of people in the household. And then we compare that to our threshold. So in this example, you'd imagine there'd be 50 BMT total for the household, 3 people, divided through, that's 16.7 miles per capita per individual in the home. And with a threshold of 17.5, this would not be a significant impact. Similarly, this shows how office works. So if you kind of imagine over the course of the day, we have commute trips from employees, we got suppliers and customers, and we similarly just do the same thing. We add up all the different trips, divide through by the number of employees, we get a metric of BMT per employee, we compare that to the threshold, and then we make a determination. And in this example, this one would have a significant impact. So I told you that there's something special about retail, and this slide is to explain what that is. And I should highlight that if there's any beneficiary of SB 743, it's retail probably, which I think in some jurisdictions is nice because the online shopping and some of the other aspects have made it a little more difficult to run a retail establishment. But basically, if you're a local serving retail and you add a new store, a lot of times you fill in the urban fabric. And this slide kind of gets at it, because if you kind of imagine these households right now are traveling to stores, and you can see that these 2 individuals or these 2 households are traveling 3 miles. But when a new store comes in, it shortens the trip. And the reason this applies to retail and makes it different is that most of the VMT for retail doesn't come from the employees, it comes from the customers. So you can see, kind of imagine, as we put more local serving retail, grocery stores, drugstores in, it has this net effect of reducing VMT overall because people start making shorter trips. And that's why we have a different metric for retail. And that's why this is the policy that we draft policy that you have, and most policies across the state have a basically a presumption of non-significance for retail establishments less than 50,000 square feet. So local serving retail. This just kind of plays on the same idea. This is a hotel example. The idea being that, as we put hotels closer to the destination that folks are traveling, they're already going to come to this location, but if we put it closer to the destinations they're desiring, it has the same net effect. So you can kind of imagine there's a hotel put in this area close to the beach where these folks are heading to visit, and it has the effect of reducing VMT. Now, I had said at the onset that one of the key things about this is we have to look at each individual use. And this makes this different than level of service or traffic analysis as we've all become accustomed to. Basically, if you kind of look at it, if you have a mixed use project and you've got residential and office and retail, we have to look at each one of those land uses in isolation. We can't just look at them in the aggregate. We do get to take credit, and that's important to note. If you have a nice mixed use project, we still get the credit for having residential close to office and residential close to retail and shortening those trips up. But we still have to look at them individually after we've taken those, value of those credits or those benefits of being close to each other. And you can see, so in this example, 2 out of the 3 uses would not have a significant impact. The office in this example does. So the mitigation would need to focus on the office only. So now I'm going to move on to talk about just the analysis steps. So the experience that the applicant would have to come in. And this flow chart is just straight out of the document the draft document. I'm not going to get into the detail with the flow chart on the right. I only highlight that because I want you to know if somebody really wants to get into specificity and really wants to kind of walk through the process, depending on their use and their conditions, it's there to kind of really make it clear how they work through the process. I'm just going to touch on the 6 major steps, which are really kind of lead us through the process. So the first step is we evaluate the land use type. And simply at this step, all we do is we take the project, we put it into traffic terms. We have a document called the Institute of Traffic Engineering. It was a trip generation manual, and it's the terminology that traffic engineers talk in. So the first thing is we take the zoning type land use and turn it into that. And at this point, we flag a use if it's a mixed use project, because we want to make sure we get credit for those good projects that have good mixed use. And we also flag it if it's a redevelopment project. And I'll talk about why in step 2. So step 2 is the screening steps. So during this process, there are different situations where based on the facts of a project, we can have a presumption of non-significance. And basically the analysis would be complete at this point. And these include things like small projects. And so and we define that again in traffic engineering terms. So less than 110 trips per day, high quality transit, local serving retail, which I just spoke about, affordable housing. We know that that's a good one because we recognize that lower income folks tend to locate closer to their employers. They also tend to have less discretionary income, so they make less trips. So this is both a good policy from the standpoint of supporting the state, but it's also rooted in the fact that they may have lower trip generation and lower VMT rates. Local essential service, this is similar to the local serving retail. It just recognizes things like dentist office, small medical complexes, things like that have the same effect as if it were retail. Map-based screening, there's maps that we can use to screen projects if they're in a very low VMT area to begin with, and then redevelopment projects. And I just want to highlight redevelopment projects because this is a very different way of thinking than we're used to when we think about how we've traditionally done traffic analysis. Basically, the question just becomes is the new use that's replacing the old use have less VMT? So this is a light switch question. It's not varying degrees of it. So if the new use that's going in where the old use is less, well, then we can make a presumption of non-significance. If it's literally 1 trip higher, 1 VMT higher, it's as though the site was greenfield, and then we start from 0. There's no credit given. It's just literally a start from 0. The step 3, we talk about the significant thresholds and the methodology. So these are straight out of the document, again, kind of blown up just to let you see. So this is that 15% I talked about that for both citywide and or for the residential and the office. And then again, the retail is identified as net retail change. Step 4 is the scope of the VMT analysis. And the idea behind this step is we'd ask an applicant to come forward and describe how they're going to do the analysis. it's pretty well documented how best to do that. A lot of folks can use the VMT tool that we've constructed, or they use a travel demand model. But we think this step is important to make sure there's no confusion. Sometimes there's some unusual land uses to come up. And so we have to come up with, sometimes we have to adapt our existing techniques to better fit that. So we want to make sure there's agreement on how they're going to do it, so we avoid redos and frustration or disappointment on either the city's part or the applicant's part. Step 5, simply VMT analysis, and we begin the process of VMT mitigation. If we find there's a significant impact, we follow CEQA, which requires us to do feasible mitigation. Primarily, feasible mitigation comes in the form of transportation demand management. So these are things like different policy or small infrastructure things that an applicant can do to his site to reduce VMT. And it can range from everything from having flexible schedules, having employees that work from home, shared parking. There's a lot of different variations on this. There's a guide called CAPCOA, which is built into the policy, which is the basis for that. And then finally, it's mitigation monitoring. So this is the final step, CEQA requirement. Basically, this is the part where we have to monitor to make sure that the mitigation is put in place is both successful and maintained over time. A lot of times in jurisdictions, we recommend that, depending on the project, that we probably use a thing like trip caps, where we go and count traffic at driveways to make sure that we reduce the number of trips as we expected. We kind of recommend not necessarily expecting that folks are going to do this in perpetuity. For smaller agencies, it becomes very difficult to continue to maintain a monitoring list for all the projects. So I think many agencies look to sunset that after a few years of successful monitoring. And finally, just to highlight, this is a screenshot of the VMT tool. It's designed to be a very accessible, easily used tool. It basically does a lot of the spatial analysis and calculating for you. You just need to know your address. You type the address in, it returns the numbers, and then there are different transportation demand measures, which I kind of touched on previously, that you can test to see if it'll help you mitigate your project below the required threshold for CEQA purposes. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I just have one quick question. I assume that our planning community development director is in support of this particular methodology shift in our CEQA. And I'm just wondering, it sounds like this change in methodology over the current traffic study way of looking at impacts will not significantly increase either the cost of the project or the time required to complete it. Is that your feeling as well?
Yeah, so to answer your question, council member, yes, we're in support of the policy change to be consistent with state law, and no, it will not be a significant cost to applicants, because it's become the industry standard for CEQA documents. So,
will there be a requirement of staff training, a significant amount of necessary to implement this?
Actually, that's a good question. So I budgeted Kimley Horn for 4 public hearings because I went through 7 at my last city. We're actually only through 2. And so if we're able to get this adopted tonight, I will have some additional budget I could allocate towards doing some training with the staff. So yes, there is a little bit of budget left over if we can get through potentially tonight. So
the original idea behind levels of service, to my understanding, was to ensure as much as possible that the network, the infrastructure, and the projects that were planned within that infrastructure worked well together, and that you sort of reduce the amount of congestion and pollution and over driving. it seems as though this methodology does not necessarily address congestion. Rather, it looks strictly at reducing the number of trips.
I would defer to the expert council member, but part of the shift, though, is to encourage infill development. Oftentimes for growing cities, maybe say in the Central Valley or whatnot, people would build way far out from the urban core, so they would have less LOS impacts. But then that's actually not good for the environment. It's not good for maintenance of the city, and you're actually driving up LOS, in farther intersections. So it's a yes and no, but like I said, I would defer to Frederick and Michael on that one. So.
Yeah, no, I think you did a great job of starting to touch on it. I think we found, and I kind of touched on, that I personally worked on the highway capacity manual for years as part of my career, which is the basis of level of service in the United States. We've just found that it didn't quite work out like we wanted from a land form and planning standpoint. And, it's exactly what we'd have started to describe, whereas it facilitates development further out because you have less impacts. Where if you try to build something in town, you have a lot of impacts, and a lot of times it was cost unfeasible. To like make those improvements, and so we didn't promote the types of infill development we really needed to do to shorten trips to really have that greenhouse gas reduction. This is really kind of SB 743 builds on the state's legislative actions over the last decade plus to really try to address greenhouse gases. So unfortunately, the fact is, when we look at the research and what we found is congestion actually helps reduce VMT, so in some ways it kind of works in the opposite way that you'd expect, that it's like GHG and VMT are more friendly towards it because it keeps us from making that extra trip. I sometimes like to tell the story, the hypothetical example that if I had my favorite pizza place across town, it takes me 20 minutes to get to it in the evening, and I'm like, it's so congested, I'm not going to make that drive. But if you widen the roads and it suddenly drops to 5 minutes, I'm going to make that trip, which I would not have made before. And so that's what we've found is this phenomena that the more we widen the roads and make it easier to folks get around, they do, and that's just a natural reaction to it. So I think that the focus has moved away from level of service because it wasn't getting us the results that we needed, and that's why VMT has become the preferred metric and preferred thing we're trying to reduce.
Okay, I don't think that you have a level of retail development to answer this question, but I'm going to throw it at you anyway. Take a swing at it. So if I'm looking to do certain kinds of retail development, don't I really want kind of the old model? I know it seems, I know what you're saying, but okay, here's my concern, that if this is implemented in our area, we have kind of a very narrow view of what traffic is for, I think, or how it serves the community. And anyone who drives in the commute times around the peninsula knows that there are definite downsides to this. And I'm just trying to think of if I'm going to do retail, I'm trying to put it in an area where I get folks coming by. I get folks, a lot of traffic in that area, so they'll come to my location. But it sounds like if we really go into VMT, I guess the housing element, or maybe even where schools are placed and where offices are placed, might make that difficult to, trying to get that good balance. And so if I'm a retail developer and I'm trying to find a place that's going to give me the best for my investment, it may be, feel like shifting sand under my feet.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I'll tell a little anecdotal tale about a project I worked on in the Santa Cruz area. It was a drugstore near Highway 1 and had if it had been held to the level of service standard, it would have had significant impacts to the point where it was infeasible to develop. So this actually, the change in CEQA enabled that project to be constructed. So in some ways, it's had a weird reversal that it has allowed, you know, developers a little more certainty with retail in some instances to actually be able to develop projects. As one note. But what you're getting at is a good point too. One of the things that we often talk about in transportation planning is jobs, housing balance. And I think part of what this is trying to encourage is trying to put housing and jobs. It's kind of SB 743 is probably, it's almost like the hammer to try to address land use planning. I think it really was, you know, I think we've had many things like SB 375, which is the Sustainable Community Strategies. If you're familiar with NPOs, they have these larger approaches to this, but I don't think we've struggled to have success with that. So I think this is born out of the state legislator kind of pushing to the next level to kind of enforce what they're trying to have as an outcome for land use planning.
Well, let's run it up the flagpole and say the salutes, I guess. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay. Can we go to the Land Watch Monterey County concerns by going to page 10 of our staff report, which talks about step 2, screen for non-significant transportation impact?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just turn to it.
It's page 4 of the Exhibit A. And the top of the page says step 1, determine land use type.
Having a little, I apologize, I'm having a little trouble finding the page.
So you're looking for page 4 of Exhibit A. I'll just preface this by saying that in an email we received yesterday by Land Watch Monterey County, they said that during the planning commission process, they pointed out that the draft implementation guidelines needed additional language.
Yeah.
So they're restating the language, and it's step 2, screen for non-significant transportation impact. Do you have that?
Yeah, I do. I've got the actual email that was forwarded to me, so I'll speak from that if that's okay.
Can you bring up that on the screen so everyone can see it? That paragraph, step 2, screen for non-significant transportation impact.
Guido, would you prefer to share the staff report version?
Yeah, it's a pretty large packet where I'm trying to get down to the bottom.
Yeah,
here.
it was 389 pages, so I was having a little trouble.
Yeah. I'm trying to get through it right now. 1 second. Give me.
Okay, so I'll just cut to the punchline. When you bring that up, there'll be a sentence that ends with the words Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
And what Land Watch Monterey County is suggesting is that you continue that sentence after the words Exhibit 2 to include the words, unless substantial evidence to rebut the presumption of a non-significant transportation impact. So it's something that they proposed at the planning commission level. It didn't get in. And so they're asking again at the city council level for this sentence to be extended with those 12 or 13 words.
Right.
It'll make more sense when we can see what I'm talking about. But I just wanted to say that this first point is just about adding about 13 words to a sentence.
Yeah, I think my concern, I think and they provided us a letter previously, and I think we adequately addressed all their comments, and they were, felt like we were responsive, and that was our intent. There were some good stuff in there that we addressed. I think our concern was with this one was, and this maybe I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to weigh in on it, but the use of the word rebuttal, I wasn't sure that was a word that I was familiar with in this context, and it also was a little bit divergent from what we used in. I've done about 25 of these policies and guidelines and thresholds, and I'm not sure if it was suggestive of a process that was beyond what I think was intended by the process, because it already allows for the city to make this determination. And I'm not sure we were comprehending what was meant by a rebuttal process and, substantial evidence being provided, because I think that the expectation would be already that an applicant would have proven that they meet that criteria and the city would have accepted it. So I wasn't understanding what that additional language is intending to do beyond what we'd already required.
I think they were saying that you can meet the criteria, but still result in a significant transportation impact. And so they wanted there to be substantial evidence that if there was substantial evidence to counter or contradict or rebut the presumption of a non-significant transportation impact, that be allowed. So just because you meet the screening criteria doesn't mean that the presumption is valid.
I think that may be contrary to how we've developed these policies, because I think the presumption is intended to mean that you are non-significant by definition. I think that's how we've interpreted it to mean. And I should point out that this language is, this isn't, almost all the presumptions that we put in are straight in some direct fashion from the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. So these aren't, atypical presumptions. They're consistent with, what most jurisdictions have.
Okay, well, it's hard to be talking back and forth about this without everyone being involved.
I can, Mayor Delgado, I can put, Michael, if you stop sharing real quick, I can.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
Yeah, I was trying to share. The mayor had asked us to share the screen, so.
All right, let me, having a little trouble finding the. Oh, there it is. Get buried. Sorry about that. There. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, which you said Exhibit 2 you wanted to?
We're on Exhibit A, page 10, so you're there now. And that bottom part where it says Step 2, screen for non-significant transportation impact, can you blow that up a little bit?
Sure. One second, let me, I'm trying to.
Okay, so you can see in bold font the words Exhibit 2 in the middle of that last paragraph. And in the email from Landwatch, they're suggesting some additional language in that sentence after Exhibit 2. But if you look at the start of that paragraph, it says the purpose of this Step 2 is to determine if a presumption of non-significant transportation impact can be made on the facts of the project. The guidance in this section is intended to avoid unnecessary analysis and findings that would be inconsistent with the intent of SB 743. A detailed CEQA transportation analysis will not be required for land use elements of a project that meet the screening criteria shown in Exhibit 2. What they're saying is we add, unless there is substantial evidence to counter, contradict, rebut, they use the word rebut, the presumption of a non-significant transportation impact. So if you meet the criteria and you assume, therefore, that there is a non-significant transportation impact, that's fine and good. But if there's substantial evidence to counter that, then you shouldn't presume that there's a non-significant transportation impact. And so they're just asking, as they did the Planning Commission level, to add the words after Exhibit 2, unless there is substantial evidence to rebut the presumption of a non-significant transportation impact. Now, if you have a problem with the word rebut, it can be replaced with other words that are synonymous with rebut.
Yeah, and I think, and Michael can speak to this in more detail, but these thresholds that we're potentially adopting tonight have been thoroughly vetted by the state. And so it would be, you would have to have a pretty high, and I'm not the attorney's on the call, but you'd have to have a pretty high bar to push back on the evidence that, because we're basically just mirroring the OPR guidelines. But like I said, I defer to Michael and Frederick in terms of more detail. So
yeah, and I'll kind of just probably premise this by saying I'm not sure. Perhaps this is a question for the attorneys, because I'm not sure if there's, because I interpret this as saying the city's going to make the determination. So there's already a process in here to make sure that it's well founded. And so if somebody missed it, it would got caught. I'm concerned about the word rebuttable. that sounds to me like maybe that a third party's trying to enter into the city's preview as a lead agency to make that determination. So
Okay,
I
all
wasn't
right, so
certain
I
about.
see that you don't like the word rebut, but what you said before is it's up to the city, but the city would say, understandably, with the language, original language, it meets the screening criteria. It meets the screening criteria, therefore, we can presume that there's not going to be a significant transportation impact. And what this is saying is that if there's other evidence that contradicts the ability to make that presumption, then you don't make the presumption just based on the compliance with screening criteria. But there could be other factors beyond the screening criteria that make it obvious that it is a significant transportation impact, even though it meets the screening criteria. So it gives the city more leeway to go beyond the formulaic screening criteria if there's obvious substantial evidence to the contrary.
Do you have an example of a project? Because
I think, sorry, I was going to say, I think it would be helpful, like for me, if this comment had an example, maybe I could envision it, because I am having a hard time myself visualizing what the circumstances of this.
Well, this is what's difficult for me, because I didn't go to the planning commission meeting, and there's nothing in the agenda about planning commission, but I assume that if they brought this up at the planning commission level, that it would have been addressed.
Oh, but so we don't have an example, right? So the projects that we've screened so far that are less than the 50,000, and Mike told you about the drugstore in Santa Cruz County, that was a clear example. So, the only example I can think of is if you have a huge mixed project and they break everything up in small little bits and pieces, that if every single element of it, so every little store is less than 50,000 and the residential screens out and the office is less, and, but that you do not only look at just the individual uses on a bigger mixed use project, you also got to look at the overall effect. But that happens by default, right? The rest of the criteria in analyzing a project isn't only based on these screening criteria for small projects.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, I was going to say, Frederick, I think that's already covered in policy.
Exactly.
I think this may be better for Frederick, and perhaps we should defer to the city's preference on it. I mean, I don't think we have a strong. I guess I just didn't understand how it had added to it personally, so I defer to the city to determine it. I don't think it doesn't alter the policy in a way that's completely negative, but I'm not sure I can give you a definitive answer why it's required or how it adds to the advantages.
I think the purpose is the small little stores, mom and pop stores, that you don't want to put them through an expensive analysis, right? And say, right, let's be accommodative to small projects, right, that do not have a big impact on VMT. And what CEQA and OPR said already, there is evidence that these projects, and that's why we selected them, there's evidence that these projects do not have a VMT impact. That's why it was selected in the OPR guidance.
Okay. Go ahead, Lane, if you wanted to say something.
My suggestion, if the council is uncomfortable and you want to consider the language of Land Watch, I would suggest that we go back, have our attorney review it and be sure that we understand the consequences on that.
Okay. It's just that there's 3 more points from Land Watch, but for now, let's go to Kathy Bayala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had some other comments, but I just want to tag on to this discussion. So I think that our criteria are our standards, and they, as the consultants have said, it's been well vetted. So what Land Watch is saying is that the standards are somehow going to miss something important. And I was also trying to think of what could that be? I mean, we're looking at ones that are already designated, as low. I got to get the lingo VMTs, and then on top of that, we're trying to say that actually they might have an impact. I just don't understand I can't think of a way that would be impactful. So I'm not so sure that I'm in agreement with putting that language in. It also presumes that that we have a process established for that challenge. And I if it meets the standard, it meets the standard. And now if somebody challenges the standard in something that might be pretty obscure, then we have to have a process for that. So I think to me, it's not necessary.
Yeah, we're definitely getting into the weeds, but if you look at the Land Watch email, which I tried to go over this with staff prior to the meeting, so we didn't take all this time during our meeting that we're taking now, but it wasn't addressed in the staff presentation, so I feel like I need to address it and take the time now. So Land Watch says that the language that is standard goes beyond a presumption because an applicant can argue that meeting the screening criteria absolutely precludes any further analysis and takes away the city's ultimate determination as to whether the presumption of non-significant transportation impact is appropriate for a given project. Because if you meet the screening and you leave the language as proposed by staff, if any project meets the screening, the city has no discretion to claim that there is significant impact to transportation, even if they know that there is based on some other information. And so by adding the words, unless there is substantial evidence to the contrary, then the screening criteria works, except in those cases where staff sees that it's not the whole picture. There's something more important that's not covered by the screening. And so Land Watch is suggesting, don't take away the city's ability to challenge the presumption resulting from screening criteria compliance, because there's more to the picture. I wish I had an example, but I'm not a transportation planner in this case. This is new information to me. I'm just trying to make sure that their comments made at the Planning Commission and here at the City Council in advance are respected and that we understand what we're doing before we poo-poo them.
Oh, and Mr. Mayor, we're not poo-pooing the comments. We did speak to them at the Planning Commission. And also the policy here before you, it does say the city does maintain ultimate determination.
But they say that can be challenged because they can argue that they met the screening criteria and that absolutely precludes any further analysis unless you add this language.
But I like I said, on the screen, I'm just showing you the policy as written. It says, please note as the lead agency will make the ultimate determination. So we maintain all land use control. We are the lead agency for CEQA. But I do hear your concern, but we do maintain ultimate authority. Ultimately the city does have to certify its environmental documents. We're on the hook if we're wrong. I'd also point out that we do still have LOS in our general plan. And if there are significant traffic impacts that trigger LOS, we still have the right to charge for impact fees and road improvements through LOS. So I just wanted to point that out. So.
Okay, I'm sorry for the time it's taken, but I think we can move on. So the other point that Land Watch says in their letter to us, the City Council, that they brought up at Planning Commission that wasn't incorporated, were their concerns about Exhibit D1 and Exhibit D2.
Yeah, and those maps were changed and sent out to the council today.
Okay, so I didn't see them. So do we change in D1 county threshold so it says county average?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I did send those out to the City Council today.
Okay, so that change was made to exhibit. I worked today, so I'm sorry I didn't see that. So D1 exhibit, does it say county average instead of what it used to say, county threshold?
Frederick and Michael can answer that. I'll pull up the maps as I just sent them. I sent them off today. So one second.
Then I'll have the same question on Exhibit D2, where Land Watch goes into a lot of detail in both of these points. That if you say, sorry, someone's speaking.
I was going to say, we didn't object to them at all, and our intent was to comply with them. We were fine with it. They were just clarifying that what was already written in the text, just that the maps presented the same information as the text. So
okay, Michael. So does Exhibit D2 use the word city average instead of city threshold?
I'll verify that.
And then verify if D1 uses county average instead of county threshold. And I won't go into details of why, but they're very well explained in the email from Land Watch to the Planning Commission and to City Council.
Both of my maps, Mr. Mayor, say city threshold.
Right, so that might not be the new maps that they sent today, I don't know.
but both of them, one doesn't say county, and I mean, they're wanting to see average put in it, but both of mine look like they have city thresholds.
Are you looking at the one staff sent you today, Kathy?
Yeah.
So I think if you look at the bottom of the one map, it says at the bottom in the legend, it says City of Marina threshold is 15% below the city average. And the other one, and that would be residential.
Yeah, actually, let me clarify. So the maps are accurate as presented. So what we did to clarify is, if you look down there, it says City of Marina threshold is 15% below the city average, which is what we define. What the maps show you is thematically how you're performing against the threshold. The idea being, like, this gives you some information about whether you're below the city's threshold. I think sometimes it gets confusing for folks because both the 15% in the when we're talking at the top part, we're saying how we're performing against the threshold is also the threshold is 15% below. So but the idea is, if I use this, an applicant could say, okay, well, I'm in the orange, so I know I'm between 0 and 15% over the city's thresholds, so I know that I can probably mitigate. If it's red, we tend to tell people, if you're in the red area, mitigation will be very difficult to get down to using TDM. So the purpose of these maps are to kind of help facilitate the conversation. So the reason we do that percentage is up top, but we have clarified the specific source of the threshold, which matches the documentation as being the City of Marina threshold is 15% below the city average.
Okay, can you tell us what was changed on this map that we're looking at that is different than the map before today?
I believe that we just made sure that the language down in the bottom clarified. The key thing, what we wanted to clarify, is the city, if you see in the legend, it says the City of Marina threshold is 15% below the city average. So we made it very clear what the threshold is that the maps are based on.
Great. Okay, because that is what Landwatch was suggesting, is that the relevant question is simply whether the area is 15% below the city average or not.
Right.
And so that's that one. Can you go to D1, the map before what you're showing here, which is similar, but it's a county map?
Sure.
Exhibit D1.
I have that up, Mr. Mayor. I'll pull it up.
By the way, this is all Greek to me. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Yeah. This is very complicated. I with apologies, it's very dense material. I will speak just quickly so that folks are wondering, why is there a county, why is there a city threshold? The requirements of OPR is you really are not allowed to use for employment-based things. You're not allowed to use a city average, because the idea is that your employment can often extend beyond the limits of the city. So that's an OPR requirement, that we can't use a city threshold. You are allowed to use a city threshold for the residential part. So that's why you have a dual thing, where part of your thing is based off the city average, the other one's based off your county, and that's just complying with OPR.
I'm having trouble pulling up the. I have too many maps up. 1 second. I'm trying to. 1 second. Give me a minute.
While you're taking the time to relax and do it, no rush. Landwatch suggests the elimination of criteria on 7. I could not find that. So can you speak to that?
I'd be happy to. So specifically, it's under the transportation section. There's a list of things that you don't have to analyze. Again, it's similar to the presumptions of non-significance. And the one that they highlighted is literally a copy and paste from the OPR documentation. So again, in deference to what's already been established by the state, and it's probably universally used across the state, we weren't comfortable with thinking it needed to be removed. I also disagreed with, there's technical reasons that I can get into if we want to talk about, but local and collector streets are not known, there isn't substantial evidence that they suffer from the phenomena of induced demand. That's more of an arterial or freeway thing. So again, that's going back to where I started to talk about the idea, when we start to build wider freeways, people start to make more trips, existing users start to make more trips. We don't see that phenomena, and there's no substantial evidence to show that happens when I widen the street in front of my house. I don't make extra trips because of that. And that's a local functional class street. So I think both it's in LPR and used across the state. And second of all, I don't think there's substantial evidence to remove it as they've suggested.
Okay, thank you. that was a new point in their email to us that wasn't in their email to Planning Commission. So back to D1, which is a county map. Have we been able to put that up?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I have it up on the screen now.
Yeah, so again, the city, this may be a little confusing to folks, but you can see the city threshold at the bottom is 15% below the countywide average. But you know what I mean? It's actually the city, for the city, that's what you guys use, is the 15% below the countywide average. I realize the language is confusing, but it's intended to be very precise as to meeting. So we use the county average, 15% below, and that's what you're adopting as a city as your threshold.
Thank you. My last question is my own. Can you go to the TMD mitigation slide you showed in your, it talks about
Mr.
things
Mayor,
like, yes, Kathy.
before we leave that topic, could I ask some questions on the maps, please? Before you say, I don't want to break up this conversation. So I'm really confused. So the D1 map that you showed, it still says city threshold. It doesn't have anything about county.
It does. It shows county.
Also, I'm sorry. Yeah, and I can point it out. So if you look down under the legend, under the miles, it's kind of slipped off the screen. If you look under it says city threshold is 15% below countywide average. You know, I apologize. This feels like a lot of lawyerly stuff that the way these things are put together, but you know, you can see.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Right underneath that. I was going,
Yeah.
I don't see county.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
got it. Okay. Now let me ask you this, because
Sure.
when you look at a legend like this and you see there's something green that says below the city threshold, and then you see something that says 1 to 15 above the city, and then you see 15% more above, you know, there's something that doesn't register. Could we not put the middle one as something that says meeting city threshold? So it just seems so confusing to me the way it's worded. And I know you're trying to say that the numbers, the percentage is itself is above a city threshold, but it just reads very awkwardly to me. You know, like there's a standard 1 to 0 to 15% that is essentially meeting the threshold, is it not? Or
No, only the green is. If you're not green, you're not meeting the threshold on the face of the facts. So it's the 15, that means you're above. So what it basically says, and I apologize, this is very complicated. You know, it's the VMT per employee. So what it's saying is that you're above the threshold. So you know your VMT exceeds the threshold. So you're between 1 and 15% above the threshold. So we highlight it as orange, and the reason we do that is in our industry, a lot of times that means, well, I might be able to come up with good mitigation, transportation demand measures, things I might do with my employees to get me back under that green place. Where the red, a lot of times it's indicative of places that may just have a very difficult time mitigating, so they're going to need to seek an overriding consideration. So that's the intent of this graphic, is to kind of help facilitate that conversation. So if I came in off the street, I'm sorry.
Okay, so is there a way that the legend can explain that? Is that red is likely unmitigable, and then green is meeting the threshold? And I mean, there's just something, and then you put some kind of descriptor about the 1 to 15% and how it's determined or something. But there's just, I don't know. I find this really difficult. What you just explained, I could look at this chart and then get a concept that, oh, so the red is probably not mitigable. The orange, maybe there's some some options available, and green, we're really okay on that area. But looking at this, I really do get confused about what this picture is supposed to represent, looking at the numbers. But that's maybe just me, so I'm just giving you a little feedback on that, because if other people understand it and I just can't, then I'm good with that.
No, you probably have to be a planner to be able to look at this and make sense of it. But I'm wondering, Kathy, and to the consultants, if we can add footnotes. Landscape.
I think it'd be easy to do something like you're suggesting. Just put a little narrative with it that kind of explains, well, what am I looking at? So help me understand it. So
But
I think
put
we'd
it
be
in the
happy to do that.
form of a footnote at the bottom of this, so it's a standalone document that explains itself. You have a lot of room on the bottom of this page. And a couple of sentences could say, at or below city threshold equals compliant, 1 to 15% above equals possibly mitigatable, and 15% or more above the threshold usually indicates it's not mitigatable, or whatever the right language is. But there's plenty of room there to explain the legend, so at one glance, anybody can understand it.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, we can absolutely do that. We can absolutely do that. So
Happy to.
Okay, my last point, and then I'll turn it over. TDMs, you talked about flexible work schedules and other ways that you could mitigate by using these mitigation measures. Can you go to that slide?
Yes.
Including things like workable work flex schedules, those kind of things.
Yeah, let me just scroll to that slide. Yeah, so it's right here. And then, sure.
While you're doing that, just to move us along, my concern is that it seems kind of fluffy. If I have an employer that's going to have flexible schedule today, who's going to look in 6 months to see if they still have that flexible schedule? So you get credit for having a flexible schedule, but then it's not really sustainable or long-term. There's no, and to monitor it over time would be ridiculous for a city or anybody to go back and look and see if they have flexible schedules or HR policies or carpool parking or preferential parking. Those things can come and go. So, how did the professional planners look at these?
Yeah, you're bringing up a good point. Definitely mitigating VMT is a challenge. I mean, I think when folks talk about, level service was easy because you paid your fee, you put your right turn lane, and you were kind of done with it. VMT is much more challenging to mitigate because we end up there are infrastructure options. So, maybe I could build a shower or a bike locker to make it easier for bicycling. And that's an easy thing to me to check off, kind of like that right turn lane. Unfortunately, beyond that, we move into transportation demand measures. And so this is just a kind of a quick summary slide. There is an appendice on the document that references the CAPCOA. So there is an industry document that says, if you do this, I can get this percentage reduction. And so there is documentation. So it would be expected that the applicant would come forward with the description of what they're doing, the substantial evidence, so they would probably need to employ a professional to make that determination. And then per CEQA, they would require monitoring. Right. So there is a lot of steps involved, but it's no different than other CEQA policies where the mitigation monitoring is sometimes where the challenge is with this stuff.
Okay, thank you very much for all your time. And I tried to avoid this, except for this last point, but I didn't do a good enough job. All right, let's turn it over to go back to Kathy.
Okay, thank you. In the staff report, there's a sentence that says the city may adopt a fair share traffic impact fee to ensure that new development bears a proportionate share of the cost of capital facilities and other costs necessary to accommodate such development. Is that something that is a common, maybe in our impact fees already? Do we have that already included, or once we implement this, is this something we should anticipate? And if so, how much and when do we levy this fee?
Brian, the Public Works Director,
Yes,
still on the call. He might be able to better answer that. So
yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, we do have we do have the impact fee program in place in the city. It has been for probably for as long as the Mitigation Fee Act has been in place, and that's not going to change. Per the requirements of the act, we are updating our impact fee nexus study, currently in that process, and so that's being updated. And so as developments come forward, yes, they'll have to comply with CEQA, but they also have to go through the analysis to determine what their fair share is of their contribution to our mitigation fee, to implement those improvements that need to be made to our network. So
based on their VMT.
No, not based on VMT.
Okay.
It's still tied to level of service and the
Okay.
trip generation and what they contribute to the network.
Okay, thank you. Also, this may have not consideration here, but if you have more electrical cars in operation, I know that doesn't impact the LOS, or it shouldn't, but VMT with environmental impacts, does that have any consideration in this?
That's a great question that we do get often. Unfortunately, no, not the way it's written, because it is VMT specific, and there's part of the reasoning is that SB 743 wasn't supposed to be just exclusively about greenhouse gases. It does have some sustainability conversations about promoting mass transit, promoting denser infill. So there is this quality of life angle that was intended by it. So it's a little more expansive. I will say that the chapter right after the VMT chapter, transportation chapter, is the greenhouse gas chapter. So you do get credit on that if you've got electric chargers and other things like that. So there is the opportunity within CEQA to get that advantage, but the way it's currently constructed, you don't get direct benefit for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett. Thank you for your patience, David. It's been a long time.
Yes, hopefully we're coming to an end. I understand the Mayor Pro Tem's confusion to a certain extent, but I want to kind of reemphasize that the legend on the map, that those are guidance for project planners and for developers, and they have a certain legal specificity to them. And so when you go to change the language to make it more for non-planners, you narrow its effectiveness from a legal standpoint. So I would just caution that the guidance that's incorporated in the screening, I think, gives ample ample description of what's being described. And so, a legend, you only have so much space that you can put in what the various elements refer to. So, you have to think about who is the public for this particular document. This is not a general document that's going to be looked at by folks trying to decide where they're going to build their house. That document would be a general zoning area. This is a document that's for professionals who are doing planning and need specificity. So I just want to emphasize that there's a caution there, that we can't be too broad in our descriptions, because then it really opens it up and you open yourself up for all kinds of problems. Anyway, that was my comment.
Thank you for that clarification. Since we've been presented with it, I presume I should be able to understand this. So if it's for professionals and everyone understands it, so be it. Might be the last time I ever look at this this map.
Yeah, and Kathy, you weren't suggesting that we augment the legend. You were just suggesting that somewhere it's explained or it's easy to see, so anybody can look at it and understand it. And adding a footnote wouldn't affect the legend. It wouldn't make it harder to read or more.
And I might suggest too, that when we add the language, we'll be careful to craft it in a way that doesn't change the numbers. So we're not going to say it's an absolute, because it doesn't absolutely intend to say you can't do this. We'll just say it's indicative of typical standards that would be difficult to mitigate and things like that. We'll just be very careful about the language we use so we don't change the meaning of the tables.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll motion we adopt a resolution adopting this VMT as a threshold of significance for the purposes of CEQA transportation assessment, and that we find that the action is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the appropriate sections of CEQA guidelines, and that the only change we make is that we put some footnotes on D1 and D2 so that the legends are explained on the same piece of paper that the legends are shown. That's my motion.
Staff understands the motion, Mayor.
All right, let's go to the public. Elizabeth, Kathy, Jeffrey, Les, and Mike, you're it out of 22,000 people. Raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this invigorating topic. All right, We'll close public comment in just a moment. Okay, let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Hello, Jeffrey. Whoops, yeah, I saw your hand come and go. Okay, Jeffrey.
I was wondering when the density calculations were done to get to the map. How long ago was that done?
Okay. Anything more tonight, Jeffrey?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll answer that question as soon as we finish public comment. We'll give everyone one more moment. And I'm told a moment is like 7 seconds if you go to a ball game and you give somebody a moment of silence. Okay, so we'll close public comment, and can we answer Jeffrey's question?
Sure, that's a great question. Actually, the way we do this analysis is we use the travel demand model. So there's a regional model developed by AMBAG that we use to basically do these calculations off. So the data is from that model. So the model estimates where people are traveling and where their, what their trip lengths are. And we use the data in there. It was aggregated by the NPO. So that's the source of the data set.
All right. Any further comments before we go to a vote? Anita, can you please give us a roll call vote?
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. That motion passes 3-0 with us 3 present. And thanks to the consultants for coming together tonight and all the work that went into it before tonight and the whole planning commission process. Guido and Frederick and Michael, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, our next item, Monterey County Mayor's Association, nothing to report. The last one before adjournment is council and staff opportunity to ask a question. Go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
I just wanted to report out that the MSC board met on Monday and received additional funding for the SURF project, which has not been completely planned out yet. And they're anticipating sessions this summer and fall. So anyone wishing to participate, give comments, that time is coming up. And I'll try and give you a heads up before the meetings are actually scheduled.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have an issue. It's come up before. We all agreed on council that something should be done about it. I think staff noted that, yeah, we need to deal with it. Several months ago, we knew that this endangered plant species bloom season called sandgillia was coming up, as it does every year at this time. And we knew that there were encampments of unsheltered individuals walking across, trampling, riding their bikes over these endangered species. We were told that we couldn't put a golf course in because it might impact the species. Meanwhile, we have 365 days of traffic driving and walking over them with no signs, no flags, absolutely no protection. These plants come up in the same place every year, or at least they try to. Currently, we ran out to do a litter pickup about a week ago. The occupied areas of the rare plants are getting trampled again, running over by bikes during their blooming season. Exactly the wrong kind of management that you would want to protect an endangered plant species. And yet we're giving this species all sorts of planning attention, but in real life, on the ground, it's basically just getting trampled on city property. We know it's there. We know it's happening. We're not doing anything about it. And so I know that notes were taken that we should do something about it, but here we go again. It's another cycle of growth that's being impacted by people living on public property. We're doing our best to sort of babysit and clean up this property, but we can't stop people from trampling an endangered plant that has no signs, no fencing, no protection. We're our own worst enemy in this case. And yet we're considering using this property as mitigation for where we want to develop somewhere else because it's so valuable with its rare plant. We're letting the rare plant degrade with neglectful use. So my question is, can we get out there and do something where we know this plant is growing so that it's not being lived upon and trampled every day?
Well, I guess what I can respond to that is the council, one of our top priorities is our habitat management resource plan. And we've hired Denise Stuffy's and Associates, and that's exactly what they are working on, that plan to identified our habitat management responsibilities, and part of that is to determine what that management and maintenance plan is and the funding source for that. I know that doesn't address the immediate need that you're talking about, but we are working on that plan, and that is the outcome of that plan is that we will install and have in place the appropriate maintenance and monitoring for all these the properties that we have. I'm not sure if there's anything we can do in the short term, the next few weeks, month.
Well, that's why we brought it up, in advance, and it's not a new issue, but we're just not taking care of an endangered species on our land that the council expressed, pretty deep concern about not wanting to build important developments because we want to protect this precious plant. And that all looks good and sounds good, but in real life, we're not doing anything to help this plant on the ground. So it's not a lot of effort to put up signs and put up fences, address trespass, if it's any other piece of equipment driving over a rare plant. We just had a break presentation by Fred Watson, and he was telling us how poorly land managers, landowners are doing in the city of Marina, where we have rare plants that have been identified for mitigation. But this is our land. This is city land. We are the authority. We're the enforcer, and we're not managing our land any better than anybody else that we're overseeing. So I don't know. If it was endangered animals, if there were tigers out there getting shot, would we say the planning is in the process, or would we get out there and stop the tigers from being shot? Okay, enough said now. This is just a time for making brief reports, and I go out there frequently and I just deplore what I see. I feel very helpless and I need to say something, or I feel even more helpless. Okay, any other comments or clarifications from staff or council people? All right, and maybe I'll meet with Chief Nieto and Lane about what to do with this piece of property, because it's something that the city should be able to take some actions. Okay, thank you everyone for getting a lot of work done tonight, especially on that consent agenda. A lot of items that we don't put a lot of time into the meetings, but they are very important. So thanks to all the staff that were behind those. And play ball this coming Saturday is the opening season for youth softball and baseball. Opening ceremonies are at 9:30 at Preston Park. Hope that a lot of people can go there and show support for our youth engaged in ball sports, softball and baseball. It's like 300 kids involved, and so it's a lot. So it's a great time coming up this Saturday. Lots going on. All right, we'll adjourn at that. And thank you everyone very much, and have a nice evening.